No, sir.
So
I was just confirming that it
checking. Okay.
is saving to the cloud.
Hmm. So there is a resume and pass. You can do pass and resume.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, if we stop, then it will create multiple files. Guys, able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
for shall I explain you what the entity framework, the entire life, there are 10 steps to connect to the database. Shall I explain you everything? It will take another 10 to 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first you have a project. You are not connected with SQL Server Object Explorer, right? Think that you are having your project in the right hand side and the database is in the left hand side, right? These two are not connected, assume. As of now, these two projects are not, the database is not connected with your project. So you have to connect your live database to store data and retrieve it. And for that in the middle, like this area, the coding area, we have entity framework 4. So previously for .NET framework, they introduced entity framework. Now we are into .NET Core. So they changed as entity framework core. Right? That will help you to connect your application to your database. Right. And it will take care of creating the tables, creating the database, creating the tables, right, and the columns. And it can take care of reading the data, insert, update, delete, whatever you want, right, from your application. That entity framework will take care of everything. You no need to create a database, you no need to create a table and the columns, you no need to structure anything, or even you no need to write any single line of coding. Right? You should know about how to use entity framework core. Right. First, the entity framework core, they are packages, separate packages. You can download it using the NuGet. So here, this dependency, dependency is nothing but if you want any external packages, you can download it and you can include in your project. So those are all placed inside your dependencies. So these dependencies are nothing but it is not about internal dependency. It is outside. You can make dependent. You can download your dependent packages and you can make use of those. Okay, those are all downloaded and placed inside the packages. Suppose if you are downloading any framework, right? The .NET Core is a framework. ASP.NET Core is built on top of .NET Core, right? So these are all the frameworks you are using for this application, and these are all the packages. So you have to download two packages for Entity Framework Core. One is Entity Framework Core.SQL Server and Entity Framework Core.Tools. And the tools is a supporting package, and the SQL Server is the main package. So here we are talking about the SQL Server, and our application is going to connect with the SQL Server. So we are downloading Microsoft Entity Framework Core.SQL Server. Right? It can talk to this database and it can talk to this SQL Server. And once you downloaded this one, the next one is, okay, that is the steps we have followed. Right. So once you downloaded the packages, you have to change your AppDB context. Right. The AppDB context is the one, it is between your entity framework and your application. So these are all the packages. You cannot directly talk to the package, right? You need a C# class in your project that will talk to the entity framework. Then the entity framework will take care of the database, right? So from your application, there is an endpoint is called DB context, app DB context. That app DB context will talk to entity framework core. The core will talk to your database, right? So the application's last entry point or endpoint for your databases AppDB context. So that should be inside your model. That is the app DB context. It is making the connection between your database and your application. That's why the name is called app DB. It is application plus DB context. Context is nothing, the whole thing. And here I have developed some login screens. That is why I am downloading this, inheriting this identity DB context. But in your applications, it should be DB context. Right? You have to inherit this DB context file, the class. Once you've done it, the constructor, you have to change it accordingly, and you can define what are the tables you need, right, as a DB set. So here the DB set is nothing but it is equal to one table. One DB set is one table. So here if it is students, it is a property name. In the same name, it will create the students table. Suppose here if you are declaring WS, your table name should be created as WS. Right? So what the property name you are defining here for this DB set, right? It will become the table name. And inside the DB set, what the generic type you are giving, right? That's just having all the properties. It is a model, right? It is a model. It is having 5 properties. Those 5 properties will become the column for the table. You can declare any number of DB sets like that. Suppose if you should have model class. Suppose if you are creating one for product, right? Assume that you have a model product.cs file, right? It will create a table called products, and it will create the columns based on the product model. Right? So how many DB sets you are defining here, it will create that the equal number of tables. Right? This model creating is for seeding data. Suppose when you are once it is tables are created, right? If you want to set up any predefined data for your table, you can use this override method. Once the model is created, it will check inside the entity of student. Right? It will check whether the data is having inside the table. If it is not, then it will insert this into the students table. Right? For this, for seeding your initial level of data, you can use this override model creating. So first one is you have to download your packages. Second one is you have to do the appropriate changes in the AppDB context. Right now, the AppDB context, it is ready from your application side, and the packages, entity framework package is ready to talk to the database. Right? The 2 things you've done. The next one is you have to tell to this AppDB context where is your actual database is located. Right? The AppDB context is okay, but it should know where is the actual databases, and the entity framework should know. Right? If you are downloading the package, it should know something. It can help you to insert, update, delete, and read the data and create the databases that and all it will take care. But it should know about where is your actual database server. You have to give the connection string for your database server. Right? So that you can define inside your app settings.json file. So this is my database server, and this is my database. So once you give this to, an authentication is needed. It should be, there are 2 types of authentication we have. Trusted authentication uses your Windows authentication to connect to the server. It is in your system. This server, SQL server is in your system. So it can be accessed through your Windows authentication. Suppose if you are having a server outside, not on your system, maybe in the connected, you all connected with your office network, right? Maybe they may have dedicated server system. For that, they may not allow you through Windows authentication. Then you need a SQL server authentication that you have to give there. So the consisting which includes where is the server, what's the server name, and what's the database name, and what authentication you are going to use to connect to the database server. That's a consisting. you have to define inside the app settings file. By defining this consistent string in the app settings file is not enough. When you are start up this application, it has to use this consistent string, right? It has to connect to the database. So here you are defining the consistent string. Right? Go to your program.cs file. Here, this whenever your application, if you are running this application, right, you are clicking this. This will start running your application, executing your application. Right? It will execute from the program.cs file. There it will take all the configuration settings for your whole application. MVC application overall configuration settings will be in program.cs file. So here you have to you make use of your consistent string and you have to tell, okay, so this application can use this consistent string and connect to this database. So whenever it is going to create an AppDB, this is it. Okay. So here you created AppDB context, right? So here you are connecting your consistent string to the AppDB context. So inside this AppDB context, you are not telling about your database information. Where is the server is located, right? Inside the program.cs file, you are telling to the AppDB context, right? This is the connection string address. So you are giving the connection string address, database connection string. Connection string is nothing but address where the actual server is located. That you are giving to your AppDB context inside this one, program.cs file. Then only your AppDB context can connect to the database. If you're not giving this connection, suppose you are giving this connection as 1, right? Do you have any default connection 1 here? There is no default connection 1. It is only default connection, right? So it cannot connect to the database. So you have to give this consisting name inside this program.cs file. So you have to configure your consistent string to the AppDB context. Yeah, the major steps are done. Once the application is started running, it will use this consistent string and connect to your database. That's all. So you configured everything. You no need to worry about creating tables, insert, update, delete, or select. That's all. These 4 steps are done. What you did, downloaded your packages, right? The second step is made the necessary changes in the AppDB context. Then you defined your consistent string and this consistent string you configured inside the AppDB context in the app program.cs file. That's all. Got it, Amra? Anyone
Yes, sir.
have?
Got it.
Yes. Yeah. Suppose if you are defining your consistent string here, you are not pausing your consistent string to the AppDB context, you cannot connect to the database. The application is now disconnected mode. The application cannot talk to the database. Suppose
Sir,
here yeah.
yes, he continues. I will.
Suppose if you are here making the connection, but here you have a different name, like you have only the default. Right? It is in disconnected mode now. The application cannot talk to the database. So what's the proper name you gave here? You have to give that name. Once you've done this 4 steps, major steps, then you can now go to your migration. Using your package manager console, you can design your data tables. Right? So inside the consistent string, you define what's the database it would be. Right? The database name you already gave. So when during the migration, what it will do, it will go to this server. Okay, so this server is here. Under the databases, you ask them to create students workshop -1. So it will create students workshop -1. After that, what are the tables it needed? It will go and say in the AppDB context. Okay, so these are all the DP set. What are the things you are mentioned as a DP set? It will create the table by using this student model. in the name of the property name. This is your table name, right? This is your table, and inside this properties or become the columns for your table. If you are defining 4 DB sets, the 4 tables will be created here. And inside this one, you should have ID. It may be ID or ID or ID, right? Or student ID. It can be anything. But whenever you are defining something as ID, it will define that as a primary key for your table. It already defined this as a primary key. And it will keep on increasing. Whenever you are inserting the new value for your data, and the first name, last name, age, gender, and team name, you have to give. The student ID, you no need to give. For the seeding only, you have to give that one. Whenever you are inserting or updating or removing, you no need to give the ID. So, okay. So whenever you are creating the new student, you no need to pass the ID. Because that's a primary key column and it's the identity column. It will create. What's the maximum ID it will take? Plus 1 it will put for the new student. When you are deleting or when you are removing, when you are removing or editing, it will use the student ID and it will update the particular student. So the ID column must be defined in the model class. If you need that model as a table, here you create a number of models. Right? Those models are the students with count. Here and all, you no need of ID column because these are all never become a tables. So these are all for your internal project purpose you have created. So who are all the model, which are all the models you defined for the particular table, right? That it should have ID. ID property. Yes. So now
Sir, can we create more than one AppDB context?
AppDB context you can have, but at the time only one AppDB context will work.
Okay.
Okay, any doubt in the connecting the databases? So when you are creating for your coding assignment for next week, you are going to create a new project, right? First, you have to follow these are all the steps. First, create a model. Once you created the model, download the packages and do the necessary changes in the AppDB context and go to your app settings, define your consisting, go to your program.cs file, use your consisting in the AppDB context by giving the services, configuring the services, right? These are all the 4 major steps. Once you've done, you can go to your package manager console, add migration, update database. That's up. Your system is ready to talk to the database. Rest all you know. Then you need to create a controller and the appropriate views. That all you are more comfortable. Okay, any doubt in this one? Connecting to the database. So this is a structure again. I can tell you. So for every student, for every controller, you should have a separate folder inside your view. For every action method, you should have a separate view in the same name. So that's the relationship between your controller and the views. The models are common. Models you can define it here. But the controller and the particular views should be in sync. Because the controller should know what view it has to call once the data is ready. Right? For that, the action method name, in the same action method name, you should create a view. Then whenever that particular action method is getting invoked, once the data is ready, it can directly invoke in the name of action method it will invoke the view. Suppose you have an action method is called edit, and you created a view as edit student, something like that. Right? So the action method name is edit, but you defined this as a edit student. It cannot detect. It will try to find out where is edit.cshtml. Then what else? Okay, yesterday you guys have created that edit.cshtml page. So for that, what you did, already your model is defined for the edit. Okay, I can run my application and tell you. For the create, update, delete, for this and all, we have a template, right? That will create a that will generate the page for you. You no need to create the pages. They are called a razor view, razor pages. So first, yesterday, what you did, you made this first time as an anchor element. Then only you can click like this, right? Once you are clicking this one, it is going to the detail page. So here, inside the student controller, there is action method should be called a details. You created the details inside the student controller. Controller, student controller, there is a details method. And inside the details method, one second. So inside the details method, you have ID property, right? You are passing the ID property for which student you are going to give see the details. For that, you are passing the ID, right? So here you need a ID parameter. Once you got the ID, you are searching in all the students for the particular ID. You are getting the student, and you are here the data is ready. Data is preparing in the stage. Once the data is ready, then you can send the data to the view. So you should have one details.cshtml. So now go to the view, student controller, details.cshtml. You can create this view using the template, scaffolding template. Here it will take care of the rest. So from this detail page, you created a edit link and the back to list. So now it is coming to the student controller and edit method. So that there should be one edit method inside the student controller. You created the edit method. For this edit method also, you need to pass the ID because which student you are going to edit. So you need ID. You are searching all the students and getting the particular student, right? Once you got the student, it has to load, right? When you are editing the data, right? First step is it has to load the existing data in your page. That's what this edit method will do for you. Right? The user has to see what is the existing data here. Suppose if they are going here and clicking this one and clicking this one, they should see this data, right? If it is no data here, then how can they do edit? This is not a edit page. This is a create page, right? So when the user wants to edit something, they should see what's the existing data. So that is why you created the edit.cshtml. This edit.cshtml get the data from this edit method. You are getting the existing student data and you are passing to the particular view. That view is rendering here and it is giving you the details, right? What's the existing data. Now you can change it. Now you are posting this form. You are going to update this form. For updating this one, you have update student method. So there are two methods you need for edit. One is the predefined data should be loaded first to the user. The second one is they are posting the form. They done the necessary changes and they have to post the form. When they are clicking the save button, this method will get executed. So here it will give you all the student data, right? So what are this they entered, the modified data, it will come here. So I am calling my student repository, right? From the controller, the next nearest point is repository for the database. Database is in the fourth step. From the controller, you cannot directly jump into the database. You cannot talk. The next endpoint is repository. So you are giving what's the data? It is coming from the UI. You are giving to the repository. So the repository is taking that data and it is going to the AppDB context. So now the data is coming here. What the repository will do, its next entry point is AppDB context. It's a neighbor. It will give that the modified data, right, to the AppDB context. The AppDB context will take care of the rest because the AppDB context is having your consistent. Here the AppDB context need a consistent to do the necessary changes in the database. Right? The AppDB context can use this entity framework code to do this type of changes. Right? So the applications end entry point is AppDB context. The AppDB context can use entity framework code to do the changes, right, to the database. That's all. So that is why you are configuring your consistent to the AppDB context.
Sir, AppDB context of the students, what is it, sir?
This
In
method,
yes, sir.
yeah, this
Not update, sir. In between AppDB context and update. Students.
yeah, this is you defined as a DB set inside the AppDB context, right?
Okay, sir.
So here, this is the one you defined it.
Okay, sir.
So inside the AppDB context, you define the students. So to talk to the students, this is a database. This is your students table. To do anything on this students table from your application, you have only one hook. That hook is called students. What you are going to do? Inside the student table, you are going to update your existing student, right? For that, from the AppDB context, there is a hook you have that is called student. So here, we are in the repository. Yeah. So from the AppDB context, you are going to change the students, student data, right? You have a students. Then here you can call. Suppose if you are invoking this update method, you want to see where this is coming from. It is coming from the DB set. That is why you defined that inside the DB context as DB set. Once you define this students as a DB set, right, it can make use of all the methods, what are the methods they defined inside the DB set class. So the DB set is having, these are all the methods are they already defined inside the DB set. You can use the update method to update anything to the database, particular table, you can update using this method. If you want to remove any student, you can use this method. If you want to add any new student, you can use add method. The DB set will have a default actions, right? So you can add, you can remove, you can update. The add ranges, you can add number of students at the same time. And you can delete number of students at the same time and the update range. So these are all the ranges. Ranges means that there is a collection you can pass You can delete or add or edit. These are all the extra functionalities provided by DB set. So that is why you are defining something as a DB set and you are making use of that methods inside your repository class.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Next, you are going to add a student. That's I already prepared for you, right? So you are going to add a student. For that, you are going to add a method using add method. After that, you are going to remove the student. For that, you need to invoke a remove student. So once you understood the create and the remove, then the whole process you can understand. Yesterday you did only the update. Right? Again, we are going to do create and remove.
Sir, if we seed the data to the database, automatically migration files will be created after add migration.
Yeah.
Sir,
When
why for changes are not created migration files?
what changes are not created in the
Sir,
migration?
we are updating, adding, removing. For that, why migration files are not generated?
No, the package manager controllers, whatever the changes you are doing in the table level, if you are inserting or updating or deleting the record, the migrations are not needed. So whenever you are introducing a new column, when you are introducing in a new table, or you are making the connection between the two tables, right? The schema level changes, if you are doing, by that time it will create the migration. When you are inserting a student, are you calling any package manager console?
No, sir.
Okay. When you are updating the student, is there any package manager console you are invoking? No. You
No.
are what you are doing. So once you define your schema, the schema is nothing but the two students. You defined your students and you are inserting, updating, and deleting the record. For that, the migration files will not be created. The migration files are only for if you are doing any schema level changes. If you are removing the student, renaming the students to student, or if you are introducing any new column. For that, you need a package manager console. So whenever you
Okay,
are
sir.
doing some schema changes, you will call add migration and update database. When you are giving the add migration, it will create the migration file. It has be done for initial migration and we seeded the data and all data, right? So this one I will explain you what it is, the identity added and all.
Okay, sir. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. For the database changes, table changes, you need a migration. For insert, update, delete, there won't be migrations and there won't be migration files. So your application is last entry point is your last hope to connect to your databases AppDB context. So the AppDB context must know where the particular database is. Right? So you cannot give your consisting here. So you have to give, there is a service that is already provided by MVC. Right? There is a service, it will take care of connecting your consisting to the AppDB context. There you can configure it. That's all. And these are all that day we have seen, right? So whenever you are having the repository, what type of object it has to create? You no need to create an object. Suppose in your controller, you are in a student controller, your next point is repository. Next contact person is repository. For that repository is nothing but a class, right? To access any method or to invoke any method inside the class, you have to create an object. So here, that object creation is that will be taken care by the MVC. You no need to worry. So you are defining object and inside the student constructor, you are telling to the MVC that I need this object. That's all. So it will create the particular object for the student repository and assign it to here, your field. So here you defined one field. So saying that this is a field. It is not a property, right? If you are defining as a get set, then it is a property. Now it is a field. You defined one field because through this field, you can talk to your repository object. So you defined it. And inside the constructor, you are saying that I need this one, right? It will take care of the rest. Once the request has comes, the constructor will get executed. The MVC create the appropriate object and it will assign to you. So before your action method, your object is ready. Your object must be ready before calling any action method. Right? The constructor will take care of that one. Right? Now the repository object is ready. When you are invoking your list method, you are calling your repository. Here the object is already ready. Because before this action method, your constructor will get executed. And suppose if you are commenting this line, your object is not able to read. Here it cannot make your object is ready because you commented this line. So it can create an object, but it cannot assign it here. That line you commented out. Now the object is ready here. The repository object is. So you can invoke any methods. So here I am invoking get all students. The get all students is where it will go. From the repository, it will talk to the DB context. Repository's next entry point is DB context. In the DB context, you would already define the students. Right. It will take from this property, it will get all the students' data. From the DB context too, it can use the entity framework and it can talk to the database. It will fill all the students' data inside this property. Right. So here it can fill up all the data through the entity framework. Now the students are ready and you are returning your students. So now it is coming to the controller. So it will return all the students here. You can take count or you can fill your students count and you are sending to your view. The view will take care of the rest, how to render into the browser. This is how it will work. Okay, shall we go to create a student?
Yes, sir.
Create or remove. Option is yours. You want to delete a student or create a student?
Create.
Create. Okay. Guys, any doubt in this one? Clear now? Every day you guys are comfortable with MVC than
Yes,
previous
sir.
day? Okay, good. So here I have my home page. Inside the home page, I have created one link, which is called create. Right. What it will do? Here it give me one form. Right. So here I can enter my details for the student. So I can try to add my details. Right. So if you are clicking this create button, there is a student gets created. Right. If you want to remove the student, you can click remove. The student is removed from the database. It is not only in the page, right? So now I'm creating one student. Can you tell me any name?
Sir, mention your name, sir.
Hmm? Again, my name. Why am I? You have to remove that again.
No, sir. Remove my name, sir.
Remove
After.
your name. Okay. So I'm giving Rajiv. Okay. So you are going to your Visual Studio. You can give view data. The data is created here. I think it is a previous data. Yeah. It is a 25 now. The ID is 25. It is created my data. Now, if you are removing this one, it will get removed permanently from your database. You no need to write a insert query or a delete query, right? So the steps, you guys are with Visual Studio now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So go to your home page, the partial page, because it is a partial content, right? So go to your partial content. You can create a link like this. There is an anchor element you have to give. The text should be create. It should return one form, create form, right? For that, you need to call one action method. That's action method name is called create. Good. The create method, why we needed this create method here? Because it has to give you one form, correct? Suppose if I'm removing this one, if there is no action method, then it is not a link here. Right? So you need action method. And so here you are going, what you are saying, you are going to invoke action, right? So it is from the student controller. So go to your student controller.
Sir, what is BR slash?
BR means it is a break the line. It will come to the next slide.
Okay.
But BRS means break. So here you need to give this create action method. You have to create action method and just give view, because you no need to pass any data. It is a fresh form. To create a student, you no need to pass the existing student data. Right? You are just calling view. That's all. Can you type this method inside your student controller?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now run your application and try to click the create link. What it is telling you.
Sir, for me it is visible, sir, without creating controller method.
Okay, so click the link.
If I click the link, it is showing a localhost not found,
Hmm,
page not found.
Yeah,
Sir, we haven't created view for it, right?
yeah. So that should be some error. So now you have not yet created the view. That is why it is throwing the error, because this action method, what it will try to find. Now that when you are clicking the create link, right, I'm in the controller now. I'm clicking this link. The controller is coming here, right? Now it is here you are calling the view method. So it is trying to find out the create.cshtml. If you have create.cshtml in your view page, it will render that page, right? If you don't have that page, then it will throw the localhost error. So now we need a view. Go to your views. Go to your views. Where should you create a view now? Anyone?
So student,
Student folder.
Yeah.
Student folder.
Inside your student folder, because you are coming from the student controller. Yeah. Go to your student folder, right click, add, stop your application. Then only you can create your view. Right click, add, you have to give view. It is again the razor view, not razor view empty. Go add. Here you have to give your action method name, create. The same action method name you have to give it here. Then select your model. Sorry, template. Template is create. You are going to create a student. So the template is create. And the model classes, you are going to create a student, right? So you have to choose student. And the by default, the AppDB context is, it will select it because you have only one AppDB context. Amara, suppose if you are having more than one AppDB context, here you can choose which AppDB context you want for this view. This is not a partial view, just click. Okay, so I have already have a name is called. Just you add. Use create template, student model, and DB when creating razor view. Right. So these are the steps we done. So now run your application and click the create link. It should give you one more form, empty form.
Yes, sir, coming.
Okay, good. So your empty form will come. Now you have to submit the form. right? So you are collecting the data now. The user can enter the student details and they have to click the save button. That information has to go into the database. For that, you need one action method, which is called create student. So go to your create.cshtml file. You created one file, right? View file, create.cshtml. Go to that create.cshtml, open it. Inside the form tag, you have to give your action method. So you are going to create one action method, which is called create student. And method should be post, because you are going to post the form to the server. You are not retrieving any data here. It is not get. It should be post. Post means you are posting the data from the browser to the server. So your form tag should be like this. Guys, done?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone? Anyone has not completed? Okay. So this is your form. This is nothing but here I am clicking create. My create action method is giving me this form. Now the user can enter the data. Right. Now you are going to click the create button. Right. So for this create button, it has to do something. It has to save this data to the database. For that, you are working now. So when you are clicking this create button, right, this form is getting posted to the server. That is why you are mentioning this as a post method. So you are here, the method type is post. You are posting that form to the server. And when you are posting that form, what method it should call? That is you are mentioning here. So go to your student controller and create one action method, which is called create student. Go to your student controller. That should be one action method. Don't worry about this slide. Just create one action method like this. You are posted the form. So here again, you are declaring as a post because it should work for the post method. So the form is posted here. In the client side also you defined as a post. Here also you are defining as a post, HTTP post. Have you created one empty action method?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, once you created this one, right, it has to reach the database. You are in the controller now. So what's your next entry point?
The repository.
Okay. So now you have to go to your repository and you have to write a method to create a student in the database. Right? Then only you can invoke that method here. Right? So go to your iStudent repository. The same action method name, define one method like this. Int create student inside the student object, because you are posting this entire student data. So in the parameter, it should be student object. Inside your iStudent repository, you are defining a method to create a student. Then
Sir, why we are passing integer? Like,
whether you inserted a student in the database or not, you need to know, right?
yes, sir.
Yeah. Suppose if it returns a 0, then the student is not yet created. If it returns 1, then one student is created. Suppose if you can send collection of students, multiple students. Then you need to, I mean, you have to know the status, right? Whether the student is created in the database or not. That integer will tell you.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Good question, Raghu.
Sir,
Okay, so
we
you,
could have used Boolean also, no?
but by default
just-
it will no. By default it will give you how many students are inserted.
Acha, number is also. Okay.
Yeah. In the DB set, have you seen the add range method? Correct.
Yes,
Suppose
sir.
if you are invoking the add range method, it will tell you how many students are successfully created. You cannot map that into Boolean. Suppose if it is returning 5.
Okay.
So when we are writing our own methods, we can write, we can use Boolean.
Okay, sir.
So you define methods, right? In the interface, create student.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, try to create a same method name. So you have action method, which is having the create student, right? The same method name you can follow in the repository. It will be easy for maintenance, right? Once you define the method, go to your actual student repository. And here it should throw the error for you, right?
Yes, sir.
So select it and try to implement the method. Suppose here I don't have a student, create student method. So it will give me the error. So I can choose this one and I can give implement interface. So you define one method in the interface, you are implementing it inside your student repository. Yes, now you implemented it. That's give the default implementation. So here it is already implemented, but it is having the default implementation. Right? Your .NET doesn't know about what's the implementation you are going to do inside. So it will give you on standard code. You can remove this one. So from the repository, what's your next entry point to reach the database?
AppDB context.
Sir, AppDB.
Good. So type appdb context. So you are reaching to the database from the controller, right? You were in the controller, right? Here you need a repository. So now you are preparing your repository. So inside your repository, you are trying to reach your database. There is only one way you have. One is appdb context dot what you are going to do. You are going to do the you are going to disturb your students table. Right? You are going to do some actions on the students table. So appdb context dot students dot, it will give you the default add method. Inside the add method, you can pass the parameter object. That this object is coming from your UI. It is coming from your controller, from UI to controller, controller to repository. Now you are passing the same object to the DB context. The DB context will take care of the rest. Right. Once it is added to this student object, it is temporarily adding to this student collection. Right. So it is not hitting the database. Whenever you are calling this method, save changes, it will make your changes permanent in the database. I mean, it is committing your changes. So you have to call appdb context dot save changes. Save changes means you are committing the change to the database. You are telling to the appdb context, okay, just make my changes permanent. Then,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
okay. Okay, come to your controller now. So you done the repository. From the repository to appdb context, you handed over your object to the appdb context, right? Come to your controller. Now from the controller, you have to call your repository. There is a repository method you created just now. That is called create student. And inside the student, create student, you can just pass the student parameter. And once you've done it, you have to move to your home page, right? Then only you can see whether the new student is added. For that, you have to give redirect to action. My home page method is list. You can give your home page method. It should be list only. Your controller method should be like this. I will post it in the chat. And try to understand the method and copy and paste. Or copy and paste and try to understand after that. Then collect good. So this is the flow. What you did. So you got the form. You fill the data. You are clicking the create. That create will invoke the create student here. And here you should get the data, the updated data. So from the controller, you are giving this object to the repository. From the repository, it has to go to the DB contest. From the DB contest, it reaches the database. Right? Once everything is done, you are returning to your home page.
Sir, why we are using int result and result
That
is
is not required. But suppose if you want to see, or if you want to convey just to the UI, then you need this one.
Okay,
Otherwise, you no need to declare this one. Run your app, you create a new student and give all the data. Don't make any columns null. Don't give empty values. Run your app and enter the data in your first name, last name, age, mail, and give the appropriate data because you have not yet implement the validations.
yes, sir, working on it.
Good. For others,
Sir,
any
for
issue
me, data is not inserting, sir.
inserting?
Not inserting, sir.
Okay. Share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Sir, done.
Subhash,
Yes.
done?
Yes.
Good.
Sir, this is the create.cs HTML. Sir, it is
It
not.
should be it should be create student, not a create.
Okay, sir.
Collect, update, and create this done. Good.
Sir, for me, it is not asking ID wise, sir.
ID it will create by default. You don't need to give ID and all.
Okay, sir.
IDs are auto generated.
Okay, sir. Done, sir.
Where is my name, Amra?
Here, sir.
Okay.
I didn't check, sir. That HTML file. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Guys, for others,
Done.
Tisha, any
Done,
issue? Tisha, done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tisha done,
Done, sir.
Aman done, Sneha done, and Amara, okay. And who are all? Subhash, okay. Saurabh done. Shraddha, Sriram, Nandita, Pujita, Shreya, Umid, Aishwarya, okay, for Aishwarya, everything is working. Good. Amra,
sir.
couple of days back, you guys are responded at least in the voice. Now you guys are responding in the chat. That's all.
Sir, I didn't text any message to you, sir. I'm responding.
I'm telling you. Hmm. Aishwarya, any audio issue?
No, sir.
No,
Oh.
okay. Yeah,
We have
It
to
is
make
working
some,
properly.
yeah.
so we have to make some additional changes for student ID separately, or it would be taken care of by itself.
No, it would be taken care.
So it's showing some error for me.
Okay. What's the error?
So in this line, it's saying something about student ID. I'll run the program.
What is your SQL Server Object Explorer?
Yes, sir.
Your student ID is it should be identity column. Student ID is not identity column here. How can we make that as the identity column?
Right. Is speaker student.
Yeah, that's the primary key. Primary key is not allowing duplicates, but it should be, it should create ID by itself. Or it is not doing. View designer. It should be like this.
Yes, sir.
1 second, I can post you in the chat. It should be something like this. The student ID integer okay, not null okay. It should be identity 1,1. Then only it will increase by default.
Where
Otherwise,
should I make the changes?
go to design instead of
This is
that no the top. Go come to bottom.
yes, sir.
That it is a TSQL, right? There is a design tab. What is the design tab?
This
What is
is
this?
it's
This is
this
that
is
one.
it, sir.
Okay.
This is the design tab and this is the TSQL tab.
Even if you are changing this that TS12, whether it is getting executed.
Should I make changes here?
Try, and how can you execute this one? That I'm not sure.
The
Okay,
update.
so no, do one thing.
Yes.
Right click your student ID column. Go to your student ID
Student
column.
ID,
Left hand side. Yeah, properties. Go to properties.
properties.
There should be on identity specification.
Prop.
Why it is not created as identity column for you?
So it's just yes. Sir.
Okay, identity specification. There is identity. Yeah, yeah. Expand it. It should be true. That's all. Just save it.
Okay. Save, updated.
Update. In your case, what is happening is it is expecting the student ID from you because it is not identity column.
Okay. So identity 1,1 makes it.
Yeah, 1,1 means it will start from 1. It will get increased by 1 for every student if you are inserting.
Now it's identity 1.
Then it should be good now. What about
Okay.
1,1 is not coming? Okay, anyway, try to run it. We'll see.
Yes. Sir.
Pujita. Okay, who are all it is working? Just raise your hand.
Hello,
Yes, Ashwin.
sir. My database is updated. This is not last day. Even last day issue also resolved, and it is also created. But sir, in view there is nothing happen.
Okay. Wait, I'm coming.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Done.
Good.
Sir, I'm getting error.
Yeah. Oh, 1 second, Shreya. Amra, not Amra. Sashwat, can you share your screen?
Just a minute, sir. I will. Like sir here, like I just give two name Ramesh Shri and Abhay Kanoj.
Okay.
Sir, it is updated here. Like either here, like Shreya Kanojia is also updated on edit. But sir, just a minute. Just a minute. Like just nothing changed, but
You are able to create it.
yes, sir, it is updated on database, but not here.
It is not here means it is not getting updated here. The
Yeah,
list
yeah.
it is not coming.
Yes, sir. Same for create also.
Only for last name or
Just a minute, sorry. Sir, so like here, everything is updated, like Shreya Singh and Rajiv Kumar. Even last day it is not updated on database, but now it is updated on database. But here nothing is happen.
Just refresh it. Refresh this browser. You are always coming up with a different issues actually. Why it is happening to you? Okay, so go and put the breakpoint in the list method.
Okay.
Go to your student controller. Put the breakpoint in the list method.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your list method?
This one.
Okay, so in the line number 29, 29 put the breakpoint.
Just one, sorry. Here only, sir.
29, line number 29.
29. Okay.
Run it. Refresh your browser now. No, in a browser. Go to your Chrome.
Okay. Sir, I need to know one thing only. Like,
Okay.
like,
So, okay, have you debug it? Okay. Sashwat, give me a control.
okay, sir. You have a control, sir.
Yeah. Until Aman you have, why it is not returning all the students? Are you connected to the database or coming from the temporary table? Temporary data. Where is this data, all students? Sashwat, you are not connecting to the database. You are getting the data from the collection.
Okay.
Then how it is coming?
Sorry.
Even you are inserting 100 students, it won't come. Now you should be good. Okay.
Okay, sorry, sir.
No problem, Sashwat.
Sorry.
There are only 4 layers, right? So if you are issue with the controller, then you can go to repository and add DB contact. That's it.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
You should see my name, right? I will show you. Database things are done. Yeah,
Thank you so much, sir. And
good, Sashwat. Okay,
thank you so much.
I'm giving the control to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So who are all raised hand? Okay. Palak, yes, Rhea. What's your issue?
Sir, is showing error. This page is not working right now.
Okay.
Mhm.
Have you given the method as a post inside your create.css table?
So firstly, I create this method. I repository in I student repository,
Okay.
then define the method.
These are all okay. That should be good. Yeah. Go to your create.css schema. Method should be post. There is no space. There is a space. Yeah. Run it again. You should be good now. Okay. For what about others? Only 8 to 9 guys are raised your hand.
So
Yes. Yeah, Pujita.
for me, it is not
Okay.
local place host is not found. It is showing. So,
Yeah. You can share your screen after shares.
it is not.
Yes, it's working.
Okay. Good. You can raise your hand, Shreya. Then I can continue about you. Yeah, Pujita. Can you share your screen? So what about others? Umid done?
Yes, sir, done.
Yeah, can you raise your hand, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Shashwat done. What about Nandita, Shraddha, Simran, Sneha?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir. Today I'm not doing in my laptop as I'm facing issues with my laptop, sir. So I'm just listening to the class and I log into my mobile.
Okay.
I'll do it in the weekends, actually.
Okay.
Reference recordings.
So,
Yeah, it is team A create, right? Why not it is student
yes,
create?
sir.
Go to your home page. Yeah. You might be created your create method inside the student controller, but you are
Yes,
searching
sir.
for team A. Okay. That is coming here, right?
Yes, sir. For TV, it will not come, sir.
For the team
Create
A, it should,
manually for this.
okay. For the team A students, you want to, no, just have it in the home page. That's enough for it.
Yes, sir. Okay.
For this one home page, it is working.
Yes, sir. For this, it is working, sir.
Okay, good. For the team A, if you want to create again the same link, then inside the team A controller, you have to create a method. Action method should be create,
Okay, sir.
and there should be one separate create student.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, Pujita. So you can share, you can raise your hand. Okay. What about Sriram? Sriram? Sneha done? Shreya done. Good. Simran?
Yes, sir. When I'm like that create bar is created, but when I'm clicking that create, it's showing local host not found.
Yeah, show your screen. That's why I'm keep on asking you guys. If it is any issue, just share your screen.
Like when I'm so after clicking this create, it's
Okay. Inside the student controller, do we have a create action method?
Sir,
Go to your student controller.
student controller is
You should have one create method.
here. I'm having create method.
Yeah, create student is here. You have to create another create method. Yeah, I will
Create.
post you. Yeah. Can anyone paste that create method in the chat? The create method will give you the empty form. Right? Once you click the submit button, this create student will take care of the rest.
Okay. Means after this one, I have to create that.
After this or before this, the order is not important. We should have one form. Yeah. Just copy from the Subhash. He posted in the chat. Thank you, Subhash.
Yes.
That's it. You should be good now. Have you created the create.cs HTML?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good. So most of them are done. Right.
Okay, so thank you. Should I stop sharing?
You just give the enter details. We can see whether it is working good or not. You gave background color and all. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
It is already there. But
Okay, it is in order. Someone say okay.
yes,
Yeah.
sir. Here age is different. Yes.
Why total students are only 21 or 22? It should get updated, right? Are only 21 after resetting this one.
The previously it was 20.
Oh, okay. Now it's getting updated. Yeah, good.
Sir, if we insert the same information again, then it will also be submitted, no? Because the ID will be different.
ID will be different, yes. It can enter the duplicate values. That we have to take care.
Okay.
So any doubt in this create? Easy. It is easy now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in the controller, there are two methods. You guys are getting confused. I'm telling you what's the two methods. Right. There are two methods, two action methods you created for creating the new student. One is this create, another one is creating the student. Right. It is nothing but you want to see the form. So when the user is clicking the create link, right, you should show some form to the user. Then only they can enter the detail, student data. Right. For that, you have to return the empty form to them. For that, you need this action method. So this action method is for rendering empty student form to the user or browser. Okay. Without this method, the user cannot see the empty form. The empty form is create.css table. So this is an empty form. It will render to the user. So once they enter the data, right, they will submit the form. When they are clicking the submit button, it will call this action method. That is why here you are saying action method. Right. So here now it has to hit the database and it has to save your student data. For that, you need this method. So this method is needed for to save the data database. Right. So these two methods are needed even for edit. Yesterday you created, this is for the existing data, it should be shown, right? So when they are clicking the particular student, they have to see the existing data, what it is, right? To render the existing data, you need this method. So the below method, what it will do, it will take the existing student data and it is rendering inside the view, right? So with this method, this update student will save, will update student data to database. For insert or creating the student, you have two action methods. One is for showing the form to the user and updating the data to the database. Here also, to edit the student data, you need to show the existing data to the user. For that, this method will help you. And once they modified their data or any updates when they done, right, they can click the submit button or the save button. This method will take your data, the updated data, and save it into the database. Right. So it is 11:15. So guys, go for a break. Come at 12:10.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. I'm sharing my screen. Thank you, Raghav. Okay, so for this is my home page. For every student, I have a remove link here on the right hand side. Right. If I just click this one, it should, that particular student will be removed from my database, right? The home page will get updated. So I'm going to create one new student. Okay, suppose I want to remove the student. Yeah, just now removed from my database. Can you try to implement this remove functionality and tell me if you are facing any difficulties? So there is a remove link you need to add. That's the first step. Then go to your controller. There is action method needed. For the remove, you no need of showing any views. You, only one action method is enough. Name it as remove student. And you can get the ID from here. When you are clicking this link, you should pass the ID to that method. Then go to the repository. You have to declare one more method for the removing student. You can just follow the create student and update student. In the AppDB context, there should be one remove method like update and add. Meet already done. Okay, once you're done, just let me know. Or if you're not able to, then let me know. We will take a look at it. Sneha, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, create student and
Yes, sir.
okay. Try this remove.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good. You can take another 20 minutes maximum. If you once done, just post a message. Vaibhav, Aman, Rahul, Muskan, you guys have got it?
Yes, sir. Trying the remove.
Yes, sir.
feature.
Good,
Yes,
good.
sir. Trying.
Very
Yes,
good.
sir, I am done. Like
You
added.
done? You done?
Yes.
Yeah, Rahul. Very good. Added remove. Okay, good. So Umeed and Rahul done.
Sir, shall we remove it using ID, sir?
Yes, Amra. Did you ask anything? Someone asked. Any doubt? Rahul, you can pause the recording. Okay.
So I've made an action method which is having a parameter, the ID, and it's been passed to the partial class, student controller, action method, and the ID here. And I'm using this remove student function, which is defined and implemented in the repository. I student repository there and student repository. This is the definition.
Okay.
And yes, so that's all the
That's it.
changes I have to make
Yeah.
in controller, then in partial class, in student repository, and defining in I student repository.
Okay. Can you share your controller method to in the
Controller method, yes, sir.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah. This one. Subhash, can you copy and paste this one and try?
Yes, sir, I'm doing that one.
Yeah. Good, Amit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, Rahul.
Yes, sir.
Can you share your screen?
Yes.
Yeah, and wait for a minute. I come. Yes, Rahul.
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have used another page here,
Okay.
and here I am. Sir, like if I'm removing from here, it's directly removing.
Okay. So when you are clicking the remove, it is taking to the new page.
Yes, sir.
There you can delete it.
Yes, sir. If I want to delete it, and or else I can go back to the list.
Good.
And sir, here's the add method. Here I can add.
Sir, I have a doubt. Sir, when he is removing, sir, IDs are automatically like shifting.
Yes.
So, sir, is it is it correct, or we have to write code for it?
For
like
which-
every
which one,
time,
Anna?
sir, like Rahul just remove a person.
Yeah.
Like Shreya, his ID is 3 right now. Delete it.
Yeah. Actually, I.
No, this is
Now-
he maintained in the UI. It is not coming from the database.
Okay, sir.
Sir, ID is like. that
one
ID
now
serial.
3 is Nandita.
Now this serial number is he written in the UI itself. It is not the serial number in the first column. First
Yes,
column
sir.
serial number.
This is the serial number.
Yeah,
And
is it
about the
coming?
ID, sir, if I delete a student, the ID also it gets deleted.
Yeah, it will create a new ID.
Yes, sir. When I will add, then it will get a new ID. For example, I have added. Now its ID is 24.
Yeah. So suppose if you are in a 24, if you are deleting that 24, that is already deleted, right? So it will create a new ID with the 25, not 24.
Yes, sir. If I'm
It will be
deleting
like
this
that.
24 and adding another, then it will be on 25.
Yes.
Okay.
And this, I mean, this he is maintaining the serial number, right?
Yeah,
It
this
is
one is.
not coming from the database.
Yes, sir. Now I got it.
Yeah.
I'm
Good
just
question.
using a loop for that.
Yeah. Usually we don't show any student ID in the UI.
Sir, what I thought was in the database also it is changing the ID.
No, it should not.
Yes. Sir.
Here I'm using a loop.
Yeah, yeah. He got it now. Yeah.
I'm displaying that.
Good.
Sir, here I used another view in the student overall.
Okay.
And yeah, I have used them as you said method post. And sir, in the student overall, I've created a remove student. In this, I am using remove student, and in student repository, I have created another.
Okay.
Yes, sir. In student repository, here I'm using the remove function to remove the data. Sir, I have a doubt. Like, is there any way to shift the student ID, like previous student ID? It will come on first when we delete the student.
What you are asking, Raghu?
Like, sir, if I am deleting something, then the student ID is getting it is also getting deleted.
Correct. The
So,
deleted
sir,
student ID, you cannot assign it to anyone.
okay. Yes, sir. That was only I am asking. Like, is there any way to?
No, we can
assign?
do because you declared that as an identity column, right?
Okay, sir.
That is by default taken care by that database.
Okay, sir.
Suppose what it will happen, suppose you are having the child table for the student table. There may
Yes.
be some address table. Consider there is address table you have.
Yes, sir.
Right. So if you are deleting the student, most of the time the respective address also getting deleted. But you can set, right? So I don't want to delete the address, just delete the student. If you set like that, it will delete the particular student ID 5. Right? But for the student ID 5, there is a record in the child table. Correct?
Yeah.
In this scenario, suppose if you are assigning the same 5 to the newly created student, that address is wrongly mapped to this new student. Correct?
Yeah.
Because that address is for the deleted student.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. To avoid that kind of scenario, when you are deleting once, then that ID itself getting deleted. When you are creating the new student, the new ID will get assigned to him. Yeah. From 1 to 4, there are 2, 3 you already deleted.
Yes.
Those numbers, yeah, you can't get it again.
Okay. Yeah.
Sir, can I share next?
1 second. Yeah. Yeah, Amra, we can share it next.
So now it's working.
Oh, thank you, Raghu. Good job.
Sir, can I share?
1 second, Amra. How it is working now, Subhash?
Sir, I don't know. I just simply pasted the mate's code. Now it runs. I don't know what was the problem. Sir.
Yeah, even I don't know how to fix that one.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes Visual Studio, yeah.
Yes.
Good now?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, good now, right? It is working good.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will come. Amra, can you share your screen?
Okay, sir. Sir, firstly, I have created a remove.cshtml. Yes, sir. After that, I changed the student controller, like remove method. Yes, sir. This is the remove. Firstly, it move to the remove.cshtml. Move to the after here action remove student and method equal to post. After it move to the remove student method in the student controller. It move to the remove student and the selected student. Here in this method, it select all students, and if the ID equal to ID match, then only results to the student. Then remove.chhtml send the data to here. And it will move to the repository.
It should be HTTP post method, right?
Yes, sir. After it move to the remove student, it contact with the AppDB context. AppDB context directly connected to database, and whatever the student details, we use the remove method. It will remove that student from the database. After that, AppDB context will save changes.
You are committing the changes.
Yes, sir.
The save changes is nothing but committing the changes.
Yes, sir. Whatever we done until it will save.
Yeah. The permanent changes in the database.
Yes, sir. After that, it will return again. It come to the student controller, and it will directly move to the list.
Okay. So here, can you make this as a HTTP post method? That is not needed, but you have to give.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you are posting your form.
Okay.
Good. Suppose if you are not declaring this, most of the time it will take that as a get method.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. For the remove, you guys are use the template.
Yes, sir. Even if we don't use it, we can directly use this method, sir.
It will work.
Yes, sir. I'm running it. I'm clicking on all batches click. If I click on my name, it will show the details because I'm using the Razor view.
Good.
If I click on delete, it will redirect to the home page, and my name was deleted.
Okay.
Yes.
So in the title, right, you have there is a one title column is missing. The first name, last name, age, and team name. Then you have to add one th tag.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Delete option. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. Here I'm using create.
Create method.
Yes, sir. If I use XYZ, something ABC, age 21, gender M, and team name just E, and create, and it will create. If I remove, then it will delete.
Good.
That's
who is that XY? Is it Amra?
I don't know, sir. Some unknown, sir.
Unknown?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I stop sharing, sir?
Yes.
For the firstly, I used after entering details. If I delete that, I choose that option, sir. But it's not working. But you tell me, right? Remove option directly inside the table.
Correct.
After that, I changed it, sir. In that way.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Aishwarya.
Yes, sir, sharing.
Next, Shreya done.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is. Sneha done. Pujita done. Good. Guys, try to complete it. I want to see all your screens. Because if we have one second. We have done all the changes now. So you guys are read the result, insert, update, delete. So what are the basic operations we have? Everything is done. Yeah.
Yes,
go ahead.
Yes, sir. For we go to all students.
How you guys are set up the background color and all? There are themes you set.
So in the CSHTML file, we are writing the background color.
Okay, good.
Yes. So here we create a new student. So the new student is created, and then we can directly remove the student. So sir, it is getting removed and the count is also getting changed 22 to 21.
21. Okay.
Yes, sir. So it is similar code. I have not created the view, different view. I have just made the changes in the student controller, the remove option. And then the student repository. Here I created remove student, removing the student and saving the changes.
Okay.
And student.partial. Yes, sir. So the remove is coming.
Root ID 1, student ID. Okay. Why you are giving ID 1?
Because here in the controller, this was ID 1.
Why ID 1 in controller?
So I just wrote it ID 1. That is why.
Okay.
And so without that, it was giving error. Exception was occurring. That is why I changed to ID 1.
That is why I'm asking what's the error it is throwing?
So it,
okay,
it was
remove
not,
that give ID in the parameter in the line number 182. Give ID again.
yes, sir.
Okay. It is working, Aishwarya.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I wrote their ID, that ID 1, that is why I wrote like that.
Okay. The ID 1, ID 2, ID 3, that are not required.
Yes, sir.
Good. Good, Aishwarya.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yes, Neha. You can share your screen.
Yes.
Next, Pujita, Vaibhav, Siddha, Simran. Okay.
So is my screen visible?
Yes.
So this is my student partial, in which I am defining here the remove to remove all the students to show on the HTML page that's to remove all the student. Here in the student controller, I'm defining an action method named as delete. On the basis of ID, it will delete. It will remove the student. So here I am writing the expression, lambda expression, to delete on the basis of ID. And here I am deleting the student here in the repository, I student repository. In the interfaces, I defined a delete student method. And here in the student repository, implementing the delete student method, which will remove the student, which the student will pass here, which from here to it is passing here.
Okay.
So, and it will go to the appdb context. After the repository, appdb context will save all the changes, which I'm doing here. And then it will delete, and then it will redirect to the list.
Okay.
And here is delete.cshtml page inside the student folder.
Can you run it?
Yes, sir. Here is the create one. Here it is created, and
I click on remove, it's removed.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Can you, okay, you already created. Okay, that's fine.
So,
Good thing. Yeah,
okay, sir. Do I need to share the screen?
no.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Snehal. Yeah, Pujita.
Yes, sir. Can you see this here?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Every application is in different color now. Good.
Removes. No?
Okay.
After adding the removes.
Remove. Okay.
This one.
Good. Can you show your code, Pujita? Can you show your controller?
Yes. This is- And this is the student function.
Student repository.
Yes, sir.
The partial. Okay.
Yes.
Can you go to student repository?
Sir, I opened the phone.
No, it isn't partial. It is all okay. Yeah, it is coming by me. Okay.
This is I student.
What you are saying, Pujita?
This is I student.
Right, you define the method. Yeah, got it.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Pujita. Vaibhav.
Yes, sir.
Come on, man. You are so silent this day. What happened?
Nothing, sir.
Nothing.
So is my screen visible?
Yes.
So this is the student table, and in the Visual Studio, suppose I want to delete Subhash. So at this particular point of time, on student ID 14, Subhash is showing on the student database. But as soon as we delete him over here, from here also Subhash got deleted in the database also. If we refresh it, serial number 14 is gone.
Okay.
So should I also use create?
Yeah.
Suppose added myself, and over here it's going to show this in the list.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Thank you, sir. Can I stop
Yeah.
share?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Siddharth. Yes, Siddharth.
Yes, sir. So here I have created two other students. One is Rajiv sir, and you are way too younger.
Okay.
And this is I create another one.
Hmm.
Let me remove.
Hmm.
Now it is removed.
Before
create-
this demo, you might be given my age is 121. Huh?
No, sir.
You might be edited before demo.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. 121 is a blessing. Man.
Yeah. Okay, sir. So it is now created.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
That's it, sir. Okay.
Yes, Samrat. You can share your screen.
Yes.
Aman, did you share your screen?
No, sir.
Okay. What about Muskan, Saurabh? Shashwat? Okay.
Sir, I'm facing an issue. Sir,
Okay.
after this, can I share?
Okay. Yeah. Things looks good.
So here,
Similar, similar
yes.
that copyright information, right? You have to change it to your name workshop. It is your project.
Okay, sir. I will do.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Go ahead.
like
Go ahead.
here, I'm removing. Like I have checked with Umbra. Like I checked with removing. Then I added him. So like
Delete that
again.
guy. Delete that guy. Don't add. That's okay.
Okay, sir. I'm removing him.
Yeah.
And now.
Sir, why, sir?
I don't know.
For
Probably.
demo, Amara.
So,
No worries.
so now he is removed. So total students are 19. And when I will create like if I'm creating.
You deleted Amara and you're creating Simran again.
No, sir. I will create Umbra.
Okay.
And then.
What is the total column?
The total will be nothing like
You just tried.
students. Yes, just simple.
Okay.
Like it is taken. So it will be.
Okay.
It now to this mistakenly like he's from team A. I will.
That's okay. Yeah. You have edit functionality now, right? You can change anyone to anything.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go to your edit.
Here I can change him with the team. I can save.
Okay.
Now here it will get saved.
Good. Amra, now you are safe.
Yes, sir. Whose screen is this? Simran, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Simran, for adding.
No problem. Okay, sir.
Okay, good. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, thanks for the update. What about Palak, Muskan?
Sir, can I share my screen?
Yes, Muskan. Go ahead. Sriram, Shraddha, Nandita connected through mobile. Okay. Tisha, okay.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
If here, if I remove my name, then it will get removed. Now it has been removed, it's not showing it.
Okay.
If I want to create, then I can. It's been created, sir.
Okay. Good. Can you change this Muskan to B team?
Yes, sir. Now it has been edited to video, sir.
Good.
Thank you, sir. Can I stop sharing, sir?
Yes. Thank you, Muskan.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, Riya. Shashwat, are you here? I'm missing.
Yes, sir,
something.
yes.
What happened to you? Okay.
Actually, for some time I use with mobile phone. Get it
Okay.
and I just code it. Just a minute, I will show you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, Palak, next you can present. Yes, Riya, you can go ahead.
Okay, sir. So here I'm removing my name.
Okay.
Not showing here. Yeah, it's created.
Okay. Can you change? Can you edit this? Okay, just delete the last name. What it is saying? Okay. Okay, and yeah. That's good, Shreya. Thank you.
Can I stop share?
Yeah. Yeah, Palak.
Sir, can I share? Sir? Okay. After Palak.
Yes.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So first I will show the output.
Okay.
So first we created this create new. So
Okay.
with the help of this, I created this details of student and now I can remove it. So it's not available now.
Okay.
And I can
Student
see this.
count is updated based on that.
Yes, sir.
Can
Yes,
you
sir.
remove another student?
So whom should I remove?
You can remove anyone.
So I
Whom you
remove
don't
my
want,
name.
just remove it. Okay.
So I removed my name. So now the student count is updated. It's 20.
Okay, you are which team you belongs to?
Team D.
Okay, go to team D.
My name is not available here.
Okay, good.
And also in female students, you cannot see the details. And going to the code. So first we created the method and controller. This one. And then in view folder, I made the CSS/HTML file by the name of remove. And this one is the file. And then I made a method in student repository, this one, and this is for create. And then I have and this is how I implemented it. And I also, this is the method which I created in student repository. And yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So this is how I got this remove link in the output.
Yeah.
Shall I stop the screen share?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir. But I got confused so much. So I thought I should ask you.
Okay.
The first in the student partial, I have
So
created.
first of all, you don't think too much on it.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
First, in the student partial, I have created this, and after that, in the I repository, I created a method named student repository. Sorry, remove student.
Remove student.
Yes. Then in the student controller, I have created two, like first remove and remove student. I action remove student. And the student repository, I have created remove student and appdb, and I have used remove and saving changes. So when I am running this, suppose I want to remove Shraddha. I'm getting this view and getting the students here, but after deleting, it's nothing happening.
Okay, go to your remove method, the remove.csystm. Have you given post method should be post?
No, sir. I have not given post.
You have to give. Otherwise, actually your form will not get posted. And go to your remove method. Now it should be remove student. Something like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be remove student. There are two methods you created.
Yes, sir. In the student controller, I have created two.
First is remove method is for showing the form.
Yes.
Okay. So the remove student is for submitting the form.
Submitting the form.
Yeah. You have to give this action method name.
Remove
the second one.
And here I have to add HTTP
post.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Done. Good.
So in the middle also I asked. So you told me to not to write a post method in the. So I thought we don't have to write a post method. So I deleted from here.
Okay. Did I reply like that?
Yes.
I might
sir,
be replied for some other question.
Yes, sir. I think Shobham was sharing the screen. And I asked you, sir, we have to use the post method in remove. So you told, no, there is no need to use the post.
What I said is, if you are not creating the form, then the post method is not needed.
Okay, I missed that form part.
That's okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Good, Aman.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Aurav. Aman, we are in the middle of week. Right, we 50% we crossed.
Yes, sir.
So you are waiting for the message happy weekend?
No, sir.
So can I say?
Yes, sir.
So sir, this is the list. I'm removing more member here.
Screen not shared.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, it was coming now.
Coming, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So I've added one more member here. So I'm removing it. So it's removed and the count is also updated.
Can you remove again? Now only I'm able to see your screen.
Okay. If I any student so I'm getting here, so it will be removed. Yes.
Okay. But I'm not able to hear you properly. But you've done. Yeah. Good, sir. Yeah, the count is, yes, the count get reduced. Yeah, I'm able to see now.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead now. It does.
If I want to remove here, is mine. If I remove,
You are looking for the guy who to remove.
I'm reviewing myself. Looking for. So it's removed now, and the count is also updated.
Yeah, good.
Okay, sir. So can I stop now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Shreya? Shreya's here. Okay, Shreya's not here. Sneha. Okay, anyone talk to Shreya? She can spend some time, only 5 minutes to do the demo. So we can update it. Then only I can update the score to them. It is pending. Anyone else who is nearby Shreya?
Sir, I asked her. I will inform you when she replies.
Yeah. What about Sriram? Okay. Sriram, Shraddha, you guys are done? Edit, create. Rahul, yes, Shraddha.
Sir, doing sir.
Rahul, can you take care of Shraddha's update?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Shreya, can you do the demo now? Evening? Okay. So try to give before 3 o'clock. They are asking the scores, so I have to update to them.
Sir,
Yeah, Tisha.
sir, I'm getting an error.
Yeah, you can share the screen. So yeah, don't worry about the scores and that. So whatever you have, you just show.
It is visible.
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'll demo in the evening.
Yeah. Yeah, Tisha, what error you are facing? Is there any build error?
Sir, when I clicking on remove, it is redirecting to me here.
Value cannot be null. Go to your student, just mouse over on the student object. What data it is coming? No, don't stop. Okay, so put the breakpoint now. Breakpoint. Function F9. Function, yeah, run it again. Okay, right click on the student object, the parameter. Okay, it is null. Why it is null? If you are pausing the null student, then he cannot delete it, right? That DB contest. How can it delete the null student? Go to your controller and put the breakpoint there. Show me your controller.
Yeah, just wait.
This is your controller. Okay. You are passing the ID here. Okay, go to your link, the remove link.
Yes.
Inside your partial class, partial.css table. It should be ID 1. The ASP root ID in the line number 31.
Yes, sir.
The name should be same. So inside your controller, action method parameter.
It is removing, but it is not showing. Remove it.
Done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. It's okay. Anyone not showed your screen to me? Sriram, Shraddha. What happened to Sriram? Anyone have any update? Amra, who is a friend here to Sriram?
I think Nandita, sir.
Nandita, okay. No problem. What happened, Sriram? Were you logged with the phone? Any laptop issue? Okay. That's okay, Sriram. So when you are connecting with your mobile, then just let me know. I won't call your name. Yeah, good. Thank you. So all the basic stuffs are done in your MVC project, guys. So you can use your creativity. You can apply your creativity now. You can do whatever you want with your MVC project. And just be prepare yourself for the coding assignment. Just start to create a new project. There is a bonus point section is there, right? So instead of once you showed your all the students and the student details, you can try to complete, edit or create something extra. Once you've done your all the students list and the details page. When you are creating the new project from scratch, it will be a good exercise for you. Okay, that's all I have until lunch. If you guys want to go lunch, you can go. I will be here until 2 o'clock. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Okay, so there is a small task. Can you guys do it for me? Okay. I try to run my application. Now, guys, can you all see my screen? Able to see?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm selecting Shreya and editing, right? So here it is not in the human understandable format, right? The first name and the last name and the team name, right? So these are all actually how it is you created as a property in the model class, inside the student class, right? It does look like this. So can you give the space between the first name, last name and team name? How can you do it? Can anyone do on share your screen?
Sir, didn't get, sir.
Okay, so here I need a space between the first and last, first and name. It should look
Right.
like first name instead of this one like this. There should be a space here. I want.
Okay, sir.
I tried doing that, but I chose an error.
Okay. What error it is throwing?
So the first name attribute is also coming from the database. So we can't change it in the file, CS or HTML files.
Okay. Have you tried?
Yes, sir.
So the name does not exist in the current context. Error.
That's the error you are getting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. So for that, what you have to do, there are annotations. We can use it. I will tell you how to use the annotations. Right. So go to your first name here, the student.cs file. So here you can add attributes for this property or decorator. Right. That decorator will help you you can do the changes, how you want to see this first name in the UI, right? That you can decorate it inside your model class. So in MVC, everything is depends on model, right? So here, there should be one display annotation. The annotations are coming from system.component-model.data annotations. So that is an attribute. So this display is nothing but it is an attribute. You can add attribute is for what? So you can decorate something, right? So the display attribute is for, you can change your display of this first name property, how it should look like in the UI. So you can do using this display attribute. If you are opening this one, it will give you some parameters, the parameter name, right? These are all you have seen in the named parameters. In C#, I showed you, right? The named parameters. So here you can use this name is equal to string. You can use the name. By default, it will come. Equal to, you can give inside the double quote. Suppose if you want to see this as a first name, you can give like this. If this is not showing you, just dissolve your namespace. Alt enter and enter. Done?
Yes, sir.
So now you can do this one for your last name and the team name. The team name should be team space name. Last name should be last space name. So these are all nothing but annotations. The annotations are attributes. It is used to decorate your properties. Or extra properties you can add. Or extra functionalities you can attach to your property. Here the property is a first name. This is a property, it is a get set, right? You assigned it. So it is a property. So for this property, you are decorating this with this display attribute. Now run your application and see. It should be reflected in your create form, edit form, remove form. Once done, you can run your application and see and tell me.
Yes, sir, it's working.
Okay. All done. Okay. What about for others? It is reflecting. You guys are doing?
Yes, sir, it's working.
Okay.
And sir.
Yeah. Okay. So you can use this display attribute to change your property name. So this is it will display like this in your UI. So where the student, once you done in the student model class, so you can have any number of UI pages, CSS HTML pages for the student class based on the student class. Everything will be reflected. So here I have created one create, and in the detail, edit, right? And you have you guys are some guys.
Sir, when we are putting this below team name, so then we are getting an error.
Okay, what error?
Sir, just copy line number 28 and paste it below team name. Sir,
why you are putting below team name?
Sir, why we have to put above team name?
Yeah, it is for this property. You have to give on top of this one.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
It's a convention.
Yes. If you are putting down this one, it is for this property or this one.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. On top of this property, right, you have to give your annotations. Okay, so now there are certain validations you can do using this annotations. Here for the first name, suppose I want to give the string length for the first name should not exceed 10 characters. You can type string length and you can give the character length. I gave 10. You can give 10, 20, 50, 100. Just give 10 and try in your form whether you are able to type more than 10 characters. It is again one annotation. So you can restrict your forms for the first time. You cannot, the user cannot enter more than 10 characters.
Yes, sir.
Good. So the first name should be 10 characters, minimum 10, maximum 10 characters. And the last name I have set, and for the team name, I set for 5 characters. This is the way you can restrict in your form the user input. Guys, done and validate in your application.
Yes,
Once
sir.
you've done this change, just run your application and validate it. Then only you can get
Done,
to
sir.
know. Yeah.
Sir, what is string length here?
String length is the first name, right? There is a text box. It will show you in the form.
Okay, sir. That
so you cannot enter more than 10 characters.
Okay, sir.
It is restricted to 10 characters.
Sir, this annotation should always be above the property.
Yes. All the annotations are above to the property. If you are giving below to the property, then it will take for another property. So here I am giving string length. So this is for last name. Here I am giving string length. It is for first name. Suppose if you want to give any annotation for student IDs, you have to give on top of the student ID. And suppose if you are in the create form, by default, it will do the validation for you. In the create form, if you're not entering any data, just clicking the create, it will throw the error message for you. The first name is required, last name is required.
Sir, it is just not accepting after 10 characters. Sir.
Yes. You restricted your text box accepting only until 10 characters. They cannot enter.
Sir, what's the internal functioning going on? How
Internal
the
function means?
Sir,
So when it is creating the forms, right? When it will add as an attribute there. You no need to write any jQuery function or JavaScript function on the client side. It will take care of the client side validation. So here, I'm going to my create form. So now the display attributes looks like this, right? The team name. Right, I cannot give more than 10 characters here. It is restricted now. So you can restrict your form from the user, right? So they cannot give the how to say. So the first name should be 10 characters, then you can restrict the user, not go beyond 10 characters. There are two ways to do the validation. One is you can allow the user to enter any number of characters. Then when they are clicking the create button, you can tell them that, okay, just enter 10 characters. That's one way, right? But some of the times the user might ask, why you are not restricting me? When I'm typing, suppose if they are typing 500 characters, it is not about the first name. Suppose they are in the description. So they're typing 500 characters, right? And they are giving create. By the time, if you are saying that it will accept only 100 characters, right? It is not good. So for the type of things, you can restrict the user by only allow 100 characters for the description box. Right. And here, if you are not entering anything, right? By default, it is a required field. So here the first name field is required. Suppose you don't want this default message, you want to give your own message, that you can give. So go to your model. There is an annotation is called required. So inside a required, there is an error message. Right? First one is allow empty string. That is the one parameter. If you want, you can use it. Our error message and error message resource name, resource type, that and all not required. The second property is error message. So in that, you can use that error message. If you are typing the error message, it will give you the equals inside. Please enter first name. Suppose if you want to give your validation message like this.
Sir, without these annotations, from where currently we are getting that first name field is required, last name field is required.
Yeah, I will show you. Inside this create form, right? If you are going inside the create form, you guys have created nearly 4 forms. Anyone had a look on this, what it is? I asked you to create 4 forms. You guys are created. Let me see created for you. Anyone went into the form and try to understand what it is? Actually, what it does for us? No one has asked any question from this form. Why it is created this one? Why it is created
It
input
is used
label?
to map with the help of form action to the back side.
Yeah, that's the one we have done it. So what about this validation summary? Validation for, label for, input for?
For the input, what we are taking as the input from the front end side, it will carry to the back end.
Yeah. Just have a look on this form, right? So here, this is a form. It is started as a form tag, right? This is a create form, create student form. It is created for us by the MVC, right? There is an action method you gave whenever you are submitting the form. This action method will get executed, and this form is a post form. You are going to post the data to the controller. So the type of the method here is post, right? This we have done it. So you guys may be clear. This validation summary, it will give you the overall summary for your form. Right? If you are removing this one, it will not give you overall summary. And the amends question. By default, all the fields, all the properties of it will consider as a required fields. So if you are not entering any value, it will show, it will validate using this attribute, and it will tell you it is a required field. So here the first name, suppose if you are removing this span, it won't show you any error message. So for every field, you have a span element that is showing you the error message. The class is text danger. The text danger will give you the red color text. And this validation message is for first name. First name is for this one. And this is for your last name. This is for your age. And this is for your gender. And this is for your team name. Right? When you are in a form, I'm giving create, right? So this first name is nothing but your label. This is the one. It is giving you the label, the first name. And this is a text box, right? This text box is coming from your this input box. Suppose if you are commenting this to it won't show you the first name because you commented out everything, right? The whole thing inside the div, you commented. So the first name won't show you. So for every field, you have one label. For every field, you have one label and one input box and one validation message. This is span. Right? So yes.
We are commenting here the first name. But in repository, in student class, we are creating is a not null. It must be required. If we click on submit, it will throw error.
Yeah, it should throw error. Actually, there are two things may happen. One is it can assign the null, otherwise it can throw error. I'm not sure what it will do. Maybe we can try it out. You can try and let me know, Amra.
Okay, sir.
So, Aman, that's the error messages are coming from your span. Got it?
Got it, sir.
Yeah. So now it is not showing the error message for first name. Right? Because you commented out that one. Inside the tscs.html, you are saying that you don't want the validation message for the first name. So when you are submitting the form, it won't show the error message here. So by default, it will consider all the fields are required fields. If you don't want to do any validation, then you can just comment it out. I will show you that validation summary. Right? So this is your validation summary. Here there is a div. You mentioned it, right? Div ASP validation summary all. That means, so what all the error messages are here inside this form that are all collected and stored inside this div on top of your form. So here for every model, every field, you are getting the error message. The same error message is showed as a summary. If you are removing this tag, removing this div, it won't show you the summary, or you can have another option. Summary all will give you the summary message on the top and the model. Right? Here you can set only for model. Then it won't show you as a summary. Guys, make a note of these things. It will help you to do the validations in your application. Now there is no summary messages coming because here you instructed, right? It can show only to the model, particular model. So it is showing for the first name, last name, age, gender, and team name. It is not showing for as a summary message in the top of the page. If you are giving all, it will show all the messages on the top as a summary message. So here, the last name field is required, the age name field is required, gender and T name field is required. These are all by default, it's coming from the MVC. The MVC is giving you this type of default error messages. So here I have customized my error message. For the first name, I'm saying that please enter first name. I don't want this error message. If you want to give this type of please enter first name error message. Then you can go to your model, student.cs, and in the required, you can give your own custom error message. So
Sir,
for
I
the
tried, sir.
yeah, good.
It
For
is
the
not
last,
accepting error value, null value.
yeah, not accepting null value.
Yes, sir. It is. If we make it into comments, it is automatically assigned a null value.
Null value.
Yes, sir.
Please enter age. Thank you, Amra. And inside the gender, please enter gender. In the team name, please enter team name. So these are all my customized error messages I am giving to the user. They can easily understand instead of the default error messages thrown by MVC. So this way you can enhance your forms by decorating your properties. For your decorating your properties, you are using the annotations. These are all called annotations.
Sir, for example, if we have a team name A, B, C, D, if the user enters E or F, how can we restrict?
That and all you have to do inside the custom validation. That should be one custom. Can you take that as a task and do it for me, Amra? I will give you a clue.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a custom validation here. That you have to implement the custom validation.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, because that is our business logic. So these are all the default things. So for the default things, you no need to write any code. For our business functionality, if you want to implement anything like that, then you need to write the code. So here, what are the things you used? You used a display attribute, string length attribute, required attribute, and suppose if you are in the age, right? If you want to use range, the age should be, you guys are a student, right? The age should be 16 to, I can give 36. Otherwise, you guys won't allow me, right? So the minimum age is 16 and the maximum age is 36. So you can set the range for your age attribute, the age property. And define this one and try to give a maximum or minimum age if less than 16 or greater than 36. Guys, have you tried range?
Yes.
Another
Sir.
validations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, try all the possible annotations, whatever I'm giving.
Okay, sir.
Your range attribute is throwing error like this. So you defined a range here. Inside the student, I defined it as 16 to 36 as the allowable age. So if I am trying to give 40, right, it is saying. So this error message is coming from this range attribute. range annotation. So these are all for the validations and restrictions for your user forms. So it should be, it is clearly saying that it should be between 16 and 36. If you want to increase this font, you can increase. Right. So another one is there is a bind never attribute. The bind never attribute means, so you are in a form, right? You are in a create form. You are entering the details for this fields. It is all getting converted as a student object. When you are clicking the create button, right? The controller is coming to your student controller and the create student method, right? So here, before it's hitting this method, your student object is ready from the form. How it is making the things ready for you? Once you click that button, right? Now the control is coming here. And what all the details are you entered in the form? It is all inside the student object. How it is possible? So I enter the first name, gender, last name, team name. How it is coming here? Any mapping we done?
So from yes.
What mapping we done? Any extra code you have written for this one? You created a form. That form is showing in your browser. Is there any relationship between this browser and your application now? The browser is a separate entity. Your application is running in your Visual Studio. But your object is ready before invoking this method. The method is not getting executed. It is in the entry point. Now you are getting your object is ready. So all the details, whatever you entered in your form, it is all mapped to this object. So that will be taken care by model binding. That is a component inside MVC that will take care of your binding. From the UI2, it will bind to the model. That is why it is called a model binding. So here you are having the UI. This is the form. You are binding. That MVC will take care of binding this data to the appropriate property in your model object. So that component name is called model binding. If the model binding is not enabled, then your appropriate data is not coming to your controller. Right. So here, inside the student.cs file, for the age property, I set bind never. It means whatever the age they are entering inside the browser, it will not get binded into your student object. So I'm in a student controller now. I'm going to my student object. So here the age is 0. It is a default value. The first name gets binded, gender binded, and last name I gave, and the team name I gave as D, right? Age I gave as 35. It is not binded. So you can restrict. So what all the things are should be getting binded from the form to your model. For that you have one annotation that is called bind never. It won't bind that data from the UI to this property. These are all very important annotations. Suppose if you are
So
model
what
class,
is the use of bind never?
yeah, you are in a very simple class, so you are binding everything, right? But from the user, right? The student ID is no need to bind. If you want to, suppose if you are in a form, I'm sorry, guys. Power gone. I got disconnected. Can you guys able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a second. It came again. Yes. So guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So
Yes,
we
sir.
have we have 50 properties that's not needed to bind everything from the form, right? So in that type of situations, you can tell them that bind never. Suppose if you are having something like total, or someone in the project they developed as is it Sriya? Someone they have property called total. Right? So based on some calculations, you internally you calculated something and you are assigning to the total, right? That may be not that is if you are assigning any value to that total, that is meaningless. But you created that property for your internal purpose. So in that type of situations, you can define that as a bind never. Got it, Amra?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, if we bind that property, it will not come to controller.
Yes, inside the controller, the particular value will not getting binded to the property. So inside the student controller, you are in a student object. So everything is getting binded here. You entered a first name. I entered a first name, last name, age, gender, and team name. Except age, everything is binded here. The age is not binded as 35.
But the data will be stored in database. If we
no. If it is binding here, it will take you from the controller to repository RDB context, the RDB context to database. Here, if it is 0, then until the database, it will go to 0.
Okay, sir. Got it.
Sir, if we don't want to let this particular property get changed, then why we are providing it into the form?
Yeah, if you don't want to provide it in the form, you have one option is called scaffold column false. So when you are defining the particular property as scaffold column false, then when you are creating your view, right, it will not create the field for this particular property. Mostly that type of things you will assign bind them. Here I am assigned for this one is just to explain you for the age.
Okay, sir.
Guys, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so power gone again.
Sir, I done, sir. Sir,
Okay.
if we use regular expression inside regular expression, if we give A to D, it will only accept A to D.
A to D. Yeah, good. So, suppose if you are having what the Vaibhav or Rahul asked a question about why we need to give that property to the UI. That is not required. If you are not bind anything from that property, you can give scaffold columns false. It won't create that property in your form. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And suppose if you are having one property is called property string. Suppose I have a property called email ID for the student, right? So they have to enter the proper email ID. How to validate? There is a regular expression. Here you can give the pattern. There is a pattern, right? So you can Google it and you can get the pattern for your email ID. They will tell you, they will give you one pattern. You can copy it and paste it here. So if if the user is entering the email ID, if it is not following that pattern, it will give you the message, error message. You can validate your email ID whether they are giving in the format or not. So it should have @ right? And it should have some domain name like gmail.com, hotmail.com, globalogic.com, right? So your email ID should follow some format. If that is not in that format, if the user is entering just like Amara, it is not email ID. It will give you the error message. For that, we have regular expression. Suppose if you are having there is an annotation is called credit card, right? It will validate your credit card number is having 16 digit, or it is a valid credit card number. So these are recently added. This is one annotation. And there is an annotation. Another annotation is called compare. I think do we have compare? Yes. This compare, right? It can compare the value of this property, what the user is entering, with some other property. Suppose if you are having, there are two properties like address 1, address line 2. If they are entering address line 1 as Bharati Street. In the address line 2, again, if they are entering Bharati Street, right? It can compare with the previous attribute and it can throw the error. Don't enter the same value in address line 1 and address line 2. Right? For that, you can use this compare annotation. Here you can mention what other property you are going to compare with this one. That other property name, this is a string other property name. If it is if you want to throw your custom message, then you can use this error message equals. So here you can, suppose for example, I should compare this to age property. And if it is not matching with this, then this is the message you have to show like this. You can give like this. This is your compare annotation. Sometimes when you are entering, paying your credit card bills through the PayNet, right? It will ask you to enter the credit card number 2 times. Right? Once you enter your credit card number 2 times, then it will compare the numbers, then it will allow you to pay. For that and all, you can use this compare. So whether they have entered the credit card number correctly in 2 fields. Suppose the 16 digit is not matching with another 16 digit in another field, it will throw the error. Please make sure that your credit card numbers are unique in both the fields. For that type of designs, you can use this compare. So we have used range, required, range, regular expression, string length, display, and bind never, scaffold column false, credit card, compare, And there is another thing I think something for the password. Suppose you are having one password property, there should be one. It is not about the password, it is a phone attribute we have. Okay, that is not a password attribute, but the phone number attribute is here. It will validate the particular phone number is in correct format. If it is not, then it will throw you the error message. So these are all the annotations we have. These are the default annotations MVC provided. So using these annotations, you can decorate your property and you can enhance your validations. And you can restrict the user to give only the proper data to the form. This way you can avoid your business errors. So otherwise, what you have to do, what are the things they are typing, you have to take everything and here you have to come, you have to validate it. Again, you have to tell to the user that, so these are all the data are not properly given, or these are all the data are required. Right? So instead of that one, it will take care of everything. So using this annotations and decorators in the form itself, it will restrict or it will guide the user how to give the data. If you are restricting the user is not entering more than 10 characters, then that's it. The user will try only up to 10 characters. Otherwise, what it will do in your SQL server, the particular column you mentioned as only 10 characters allowed in the first column, the first name column, right? Suppose if the column is allowing only 10 characters, if you are not restricting the user, here they will enter 50 characters or 20 characters. It will go until the database. If you don't have any validation, it will go and try to, when it is trying to insert inside this one, the entity framework will throw you the error. First, the database will throw you the error and it will be captured by entity framework and it will be captured by AppDB context and it will tell you, you cannot insert more than 10 characters in the first name. So until you reach the database and you are getting exception, you can restrict the user by giving the proper data using these annotations. That's all. Any doubt in this? So what are the properties we overall seen?
So required
R from start from R. Okay, required, range, and regular expression. Then
credit card.
Yeah, compare.
Display.
Yeah, there is a custom validation here. You can implement your custom validation. Compare custom credit card and display.
So we have a phone number also.
Yeah, display, phone number. What else? Bind, never.
String length.
String length. Yeah, yes.
String length. There is a maximum length and minimum length that you can give. Here the maximum length, if it is reaching the maximum length, you can tell this error message. So the string length, it is for, you can restrict the user, not go beyond the particular range, right? So this will tell that user that there's an error message. Suppose if they are reaching more than 10 characters, you can tell them that please enter below 10 characters. Right? Sometimes if you are restricting the user only with the 10 characters, they will get shocked. If someone's first time is more than 10 characters, what they will do, right? So by the time, so you can use this maximum length. So you can guide them. Okay, you try to give only 10 characters. The system will support until 10 characters. Then they will come to know, okay. So it is all based on the business functionality.
So we can change it in the database also.
What database?
In database also we can give varchar lengths.
Yeah, you can set the varchar length. These are all for your forms. And there is a data type. Yeah, here it is a password. Right. So there is a data type annotation we have. So here you can mention it is as a password. So if you are giving this one, it won't show you the password. If you are typing something like that, it will show you asterisk, right? Something like that. Here you can give us the particular field can support only the email address. It should support only currency. Suppose if you want to use a particular field as only support the currency, then you can make that field as a currency. Right? It is for data type. So here you are setting this age as integer. It is accepting only the integer values. Right? You can enhance this one. Suppose you are having one column that is accepting integer. Right? In integer itself, if they want to accept only the currency values, then you can enhance it using this data type. There is a postal code in the. It is represent the postal code. Just try it out. These are all the things. How your application is behaving. Create a properties, more number of properties, and try to use this type of things. And in your form, you can try. Then you come to know and you can learn. So there is a data type. So these are all majorly used annotations. Suppose if you want to see more annotations, then you can. Okay, so I'm going to require. So this required is coming under this namespace. So this namespace should have all the annotations. I'm going to view object browser. I'm searching here. So these are all the attributes we have. We have seen most of the attributes. The validation and all we are not much using. The string length we seen, scaffold seen, required, regular expression, range, phone, maximum length, minimum length, maximum length, file extensions, email address, display, data type, custom validation. Amra, you asked about the custom validation, credit card, currency, concurrency, compare, right? The most of the annotations are we already covered. So these are all the frequently using annotations in the real-time projects. You can just define one model here. Instead of student class, don't disturb the student class. It can have this display, string length, and the required. Right? If you want to inside the age, if you want to give this one, you can use the range. That and all okay. The bind never, you should not give. The bind never is not needed. Otherwise, it won't bind your age. Okay, you can here you can create inside the model. You can create one another model class. You can assign, try to assign these things, and you can create a form using that model class. Then you will come to know what are the things are there. Guys, got it? Any doubt in this one? So you got the basic idea about how you are using annotations here.
Yes.
Right? Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So whenever you need any annotation in your real-time project, you can just Google it. You have a basic idea now, right? So you can easily apply it. This idea is maximum enough. This knowledge is maximum enough to use annotations. Okay, so that's all I have for today. We have covered about there are major operations and the model validations, and these are all the things we have covered. What else I have for today? Validations we covered here. That's you can try this options, Amara, Vaibhav, Aman, Nandita, guys. You can go and apply inside your student class. Try to apply the maximum annotations, and you can check it out how your form is responding.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. The create student is not found. Why? Can you guys try some of the annotations and share your screen once you're done? So these are the things I have done. It is responding like this. What, Palak?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Umid, Subhash.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is all because of I have added mistakes. Okay, I will get rid of this one. I will remove it. Yes, guys. Maybe a break after 30 minutes. We will connect. Okay, Amra.
Sir, you are not audible.
I'm not audible.
Your voice is breaking.
Yeah, here no power. I have connected through my mobile. That is why.
Okay.
Yeah. Now able to hear me?
So it's better now.
Better now. Okay. Okay, you guys have a break.
Okay.
And after that, you can work it on this annotations.
Oh, sure, sure.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye. Guys, who is host now? Can you pause the recording? Sriram. Oh, it is assigned Sriram as a host.
Sir,
Yes, Amra.
sir, if
Sriram,
we add validations, it is not possible to create a new student, sir.
what validation you added?
That means decoration. If we add decoration, that the create student is not a, it's showing exception.
Yeah, you have to give proper data. That is why it is throwing exception.
No, sir. Even I'm click on create also, it giving an error.
What error it is giving?
Yeah, we'll show once. Sir. Can I share?
Yeah.
So these are the validations.
Don't try to assign everything, Amra. Go one by one.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
The read only, remove the read only.
Okay, sir.
If you are saying the read, if you are giving read only, then it cannot write the data.
Yes, sir. Maybe that is the error, I think.
Yeah. Because if you are applying everything, then you can get confused. What attribute is throwing what error? Amra, your application is colorful.
I don't know.
You don't know anything?
Yes, sir. Maybe that is the only error, sir. Read only.
Yeah.
Now
You
it
should
is
not apply something as a read only.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because you have to take the data from the each and every field.
Sir, this is so colorful, right?
Yeah, it is so colorful now.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Can I stop sharing, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Amra. It is 4:20 now. 4:40 we can meet. Sriram, are you here? Can you pause the recording? Amara, someone can you talk to Sriram? Because he is a host now.
Sir, now you are the host, sir.
Yes, you can start saying.
Yes, sir. So for first name, I am using some validations like display and string length. String length will, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, string length will determine that the minimum length should be 5 and the maximum length should be 20. It can go up to 20. And the require message, it will show if I will, I can run this and show you. Yeah. Okay, it's showing an exception right now.
Yeah, you can comment it out the regular expression.
Sir, I already commented it. Previously, it was running. Right now, I don't know why.
Is there any? Is there any other? Yeah, that is one more regular expression 41.
Yes, sir. So yeah, if I put MUS, it will show the field first name must be a string with a minimum length of 5 and maximum length of 20. Same with last name I am doing. It will also show here like that. And yeah, if I use range here for the age, if I put 15 here, it will show that the age must be between 16 between 36.
Yeah.
So yeah, I used for first name I used on display string length and required. Required will show the error message like please set first name. If I won't set any first name, then it will show like please set the first name. Yeah, please set the first name like that. So for that I used required error message, and here I was using for the email address that here I commented it because I did not. Yeah, so for the email,
yeah. It is not applicable for our model.
Yeah, we can't use those properties before. We can't inherit it. So yeah, for the email address, I was using also required data type. Data type should be email address, and the regular expression I put like that. I just take it from the Google Chrome.
Okay.
So here error message I put, please enter correct email ID if anyone won't follow these type of email addresses syntax. Yeah,
And for the last name, I also use like a string length required display, as I show you here.
Yeah.
Yeah. For age, I am using range and display. For phone, I commented it here. For phone, I am using a data type phone number to validate it as phone number or not of 10 digit or something. For gender, I did not put anything like that. I just wanted to make a regular expression that the user can only pass only one character. So that's why I used here regular expression, but I was unable to do that. So I just leave it.
You can use it. Just try to find out the pattern for regular expression.
Okay,
for accepting only one character.
Okay, sir.
It should be A to Z. Okay.
Yeah, sir. I did A to Z and the percentage one. That I did like. I'm showing you. I did like this. Is it valid?
Okay, go to your email regular expression. Email in the inbox.
Yeah, this one.
The first one is A to Z, 0 to 9. No, we have to get the appropriate pattern for accepting only one character.
Yes, sir.
He's Umid pasted one thing. Maybe just copy that one.
Okay.
Regular expression of it should be A to D.
Okay, A to D. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, here I was playing with the password as well. For the password, the minimum length should be 5 and the maximum length should be 50. And using data type, I was using password. Here I was comparing the password for the confirm password. That if the password will be same, then it will won't throw any error, or if the password won't same, it will show error message that password did not match. Here I can't show here on the screen by validating it, but yeah, I just playing with that one.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you introduce one? Yeah, very good, Sneha. Can you introduce one extra field in student class now? And you don't want to take any risk? That email ID.
Extra. With email ID, I have done here.
If you are introducing email ID here, then we have to run the migration again. It will create one email ID column in your student table.
Okay, sir, I'm not getting it. What are you trying to say?
Okay, so just enable that email ID property.
Okay.
And that all the annotations are not. All the annotations are not needed now.
Yeah, for the email ID. Okay, all the annotations.
For the email ID only.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now go to your AppDB context.
Yeah. Here I need to introduce the email ID for every student.
Just test at gl.com, something like that. Okay. After the team name is equal to A, you can type email ID. For now, you can give the common email ID for all. Okay, maybe you can do that one by if you are introducing in the first one itself, that
Yes, sir.
press Alt key, that you can cover.
Sir, I can introduce it here.
Yeah, but if that is not maintaining the space, correct space. Okay, go ahead.
Here I introduced after the first name.
That's okay.
Okay.
Now what I said is, okay, I will, don't copy. Can you give me the access? I will.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm giving you the control. Just go and add a migration now. Go to your
Okay.
package manager console. Yeah, it should be inside your database. You have to create a column, otherwise it won't run. Add migration, email ID column added.
I need to type it, email ID column.
Yes. Email ID, yeah, no space. Email ID column added. In this name, it will create a migration file.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is
just
it
enter.
correct now? Email ID column added without space.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, just give enter.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now go to your update database. Very good. Okay. What about the views now? Go to your view. Yeah. Okay. See the data. It should be with the email ID column. Yeah.
Yes,
Very good.
sir.
So now you introduce one more column, and you executed the migration. So if you come to know, right, if you want to do any schema changes in the
Yes, sir.
database, you have to run the migration.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first you have to introduce that field in the class file, student class file. Then you have to give the seed data. Then you have to run the migration. Right. Now
Yes,
go
sir.
to your create file, create or edit view. Then so here you need that email ID column.
Yes, sir.
That is because before introducing this one, this views are be created. Right. You can copy one div and paste
Yes,
it
sir.
in. Yeah, you can make it for email ID. The exact property name you have to give. Good.
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, now run your application. And you can enable your things, annotations.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just see whether we are able to see the email
See the
column,
email
then
ID
you
or
can
not. Yes, sir.
Okay, try to install. No, the edit won't show you because you are introduced inside the create.
Yeah. Email ID.
Okay, just enter all the data and try to create it. First, we can see whether it is going inside the database.
Yeah, we have, but
Good.
we don't have your email ID column.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah, the views are not updated, right? You will have to
Yeah.
manually update.
Yes. Sir.
Hmm.
Is your initial is Shirish, sir?
No, I am
Yes,
just
ma'am.
using because it won't allow three letters in the last name. That's
Sneha. Okay, Amra is watching. Hmm.
yes. So what is
Yeah.
your last name?
That's okay. That's okay. No problem. Anyway, you are going to delete it, and I will again going to add. That's it.
So here it's accepting. If I remove this,
Very
please
good.
enter a valid email ID.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
If you are not giving email ID, then what it is saying? Enter email address, something like.
Yeah, it will show. Please
Yeah.
enter your
Okay.
email ID.
Okay. Then try to enter more than 50 characters because that is a attribute you added.
Yes, sir.
Annotation.
So it will take time.
Just copy and paste it again. You are engineer. Copy, paste it again.
Oh, sorry. No, here it's not allowing me to copy paste.
Yeah, you already reached 50 characters. Right?
Yeah, that's
okay.
fine.
Good. Gender.
Sorry. Yeah, it's added.
Yes. Good. Yeah, your annotations are working now.
Yes, sir.
Very good. And
Okay.
you introduced one extra column.
Yes, sir. Email ID.
Yes. Yeah. So you have to do the changes in your home page, the
Yes,
list
sir.
page, and the partial page. The partial page, if you are putting in the partial page, everything will be reflected.
Yes, sir.
And the edit page you have to do.
Yes, sir. I will do it and show you.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, anyone done?
Sir, I done, sir.
Yeah, Amra.
Can I share?
Yes. What you are going to do with my name?
Sir, I didn't introduce email, sir.
Okay, that's okay. So we recently introduced. So you have tried with first name.
Yeah, sir. Here, first name, the maximum length will be 14 and minimum length will be 3.
Okay.
Yes, sir. This is the first name. Display name, first name, and after that I'm using regular expression. It will select the first letter will be A to Z. capital letter, it's select. After that, it will the combination. We can select star and dollar represents. We can combine repeated letters also accepted.
Okay.
If the format is not matched, it will show first name must be alphabetical and not accepted numeric.
Oh, there is no number, it won't. Okay. If you are giving number, it will throw error.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
After that, it will be required. It must be not empty. After that, the same last name.
Okay.
Here I'm using the max length 15. Yes, sir. After that, I'm using age. If we use range, then no need to use regular expression, because if we type alphabets also, it is not accepting.
Yeah.
If we use after range, it will show an error.
Correct.
Yes, sir. This is the regular expression for male and female. MF, that's enough. Error message. Enter M for male and F for female. It only accepts M or F.
Accept M or F.
And that's it, sir.
Oh, very good.
If we introduce small and small f, then it will accept small and small f.
Okay. You guys are doing good. Okay.
After that, I'm using team name. Display as a team name, and after that I'm using A, B, C, D. This hyphen represents it from to
A to D.
Yes, A to D.
Okay.
Other than that, it will not accept.
Okay.
If I run the code, common one, it will show error.
Okay, numbers are not accepted.
Yes. If we give if you give more than characters, it will not accept. After I'm typing entering, but it is not accepting.
14 characters only allowed.
Yes, sir. If it will be null, empty first name not accepted. It is another message.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It is also same. It will not accept the alphabetics. It only accepts numbers.
Try to give 18.0.
Yes.
18 point. 18 dot.
Yes, sir. It is accepting.
You have to validate this one.
Okay, sir. After that, gender M. If we give A, it will not accept. If we give any number, it will not accept.
Okay.
It will only accept M. If we give MF also, it is not accepting. It is only accept only one character.
Good.
It is also same validation. If we give AFF, it is not accept.
Very good.
Yes, sir. So I think my name is missing here, sir.
You are admin for your project, Amra, and you have own database. You can add it at any time. Yeah. Amra, Sriram. Is it 19?
Sir? No, sir.
Then why you are giving 19? For me, you are giving 35, 39, 40.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. I will change, sir. No worry.
Okay. Hey, you have to change your age. I don't want 30 and all.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thanks. Can I stop sharing?
Yes, Amra. Good. So you are very youngest in this batch, Amra?
Sir?
You are very youngest in your database.
Yes, sir. Sir, one member has also there, sir, 19.
Who is that? Umid?
Maybe, sir.
Okay.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, Umid. Amra, wait. We will set your age in Umid system.
Okay, sir.
This is my home page.
Okay.
I've added the email IDs.
Oh, good.
Yes, and to add a new student, you'll have to click here. This will bring you to
Is
the create new student page.
introducing email IDs are you already planned or?
No, sir, I
already
did it
done?
with this. I did it with Sneha.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sir. So, sir, here, if I put this and then for this, it has a validation and I can't
Okay,
put
special
integer.
characters.
Also, it will only accept the characters that two up to the length of 15 or something. After that, it will be invalid.
Okay.
And same for this also. If I'll go above.
Okay. Can you show
15.
your code? Can you show your code? How you did that one?
Yes, I'll. Can I complete
that-
this first? I have doubt also.
No, I will perfect then. How you
This
restricted that special characters? I want to know.
regular expressions. Sir.
Regular expression. Okay.
From
So it will
small a
accept
to
A to Z.
capital Z, small capital Z, A to Z, and then this is accepting the spaces. And I haven't used the string length. I have used there only 1 to 15, and then it is showing the error message.
Okay.
The same thing I did for the last name, and for this I have made my regular expression. For this it's for 18 to 18, 19, and this is for 20 to 36. And for age, I have just single characters, capital M, small m, capital F, and small f. For what is this? Name, I have A to D, capital and small. For email ID, I just copied it from the internet. I don't know what this is. So
the team name you are passing either A or B or C or D, right? The string length
yes,
you can be at only one. Why need 3?
Where,
the
sir?
string length.
Oh, yes, sir.
There is a string. Yeah, it should be
Yeah.
one.
It's one only because I have like here I haven't
okay, that
find the that I have to remove that line. Yes, sir.
Correct.
So for email ID, age I can't put 1 or something. I have to put 18 above, and they don't even allow characters or any other special characters.
Okay.
So and gender also we can't have multiple characters, only one. And here also from A to B to C and D.
Okay.
So
the age you can restrict from the floating point number.
Yes, I have restricted it for floating also.
Good. Okay.
So the issue is that what was it? So if I wait a minute, if I create a new student, if I delete myself from here and I just add, okay, I'll wait. Edit it and give small c and then save. It's updated here. And even if I give small f here, in the females list, it's updated. And but in team C, I can't see it, sir. It should be visible here also. But if I put capital team name, it would be visible there.
What you were saying that small.
Yes, sir. Small c. The small c team name is showing some like this. But I have corrected it in my student controller. I have put the 2 uppercase, but it's not showing in the database.
Okay, go to your controller.
My
what you're trying
controller.
to say, okay, when you are giving small case, it is still showing as a small case.
No, sir. When I am, if I create a new student here with name. Even if it's small f, and here it's small c. I've created one student. It is visible in this list. And if it's a female, so it's visible in the female list also. Right now it's not visible. But yeah, it should be visible in female list also because it's the female, and also in the C, team C.
Okay, it should show here. Why it is
Yes,
not showing here?
that I don't know. If I edit it to capital C, it will show there. If it's capital C, then it's here. But
Now
to
where it is
capital,
showing inside the team C, you are saying that
yes,
it is
sir.
showing.
Now it's visible there. And for female, it's again not showing here. No, sir, it is visible in female. Female table is not a problem. It's only about the team names. But the team name is being
Go to
controlled
your
from
repository. Go to your
yes, sir,
repository.
to my repository.
Student.
Student
Where you are?
repository. This
Okay.
is my student repository.
Okay, come down.
Here,
So here where you are getting the team changes. Okay. So here
the
you
team
are
changes I have
getting-
done team changes in student controller. This here, so this is the filter for it's getting all
the students
all
from
the
the
students and
repository.
then putting the filter, and I have introduced the two upper link method. Earlier, the same issue was for male and female students, but I had introduced two upper here also, but team name is doing the error. Do I have to put here like the two upper here also?
But this is only for the count.
Count, yes, sir.
Okay, put the breakpoint and we can debug it.
So what I have to do now? Like create a new student?
You have no. You can edit this one with a small case. Then it won't come there, right? If you are giving small c, it will not come there in the team C.
Yes, so now I have edited it with small c. And
Okay,
in
go to your
team
team
C,
C.
it's not visible.
Okay, so go to the team C. When you are clicking the team C, which controller it is going? Go and
It
put
is
the
going
breakpoint there.
to this view.
No, you already have a breakpoint. It should come here. It is not coming here.
Yes, sir.
Then where it is
I
going?
have another controller also, sir, for team C.
Can you check there? Have you used two upper?
Okay, sir. I forgot that I have another controller.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Rest all is done.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Very good, Umesh. So
Thank
we have
you,
5
sir.
minutes. Yeah. Good. Anyone? Amra.
Sir.
Have you changed your age from 19 to 22?
Sir, why, sir? I'm still child, sir.
Then make it as 5 or 4.
Okay.
Then why 19?
I will update Amra just a minute.
Yes, sure.
Shashwat update
But
my
he is
as the
he is
PS.
having his own database, right? We cannot update in his database as well.
Okay, sir, in our data.
Maybe you can get the IP address of Amra. We can update it, no problem.
Okay, sir. Even we update on global logic also.
Yeah, that we have to do.
Sir.
Yes, Amra.
I want to share one thing, sir.
Yeah, you can share to me.
Okay, sir.
Is it in recording? 1 second. Do you want
Sir?
to record this one?
No, sir.